Lizard.
Crazy Canadian J7 is here first.
Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? That's not going to work. That's not going to work either. Biscuit. Biscuit. Lazy. What's this lazy you speak of, Jay? And can I be lazy? All right, so 2 brushes are getting retired, or they're getting moved into a different box. Please, stop. Stop. Seriously, sweetie, I need you to chill out. Right now, you're at like 1,000. I would really appreciate it if you like chilled down to like a 5. Hi, how are you? Hmm? Let's brushes are out. We're gonna cycle and we're gonna use some different brushes tonight just because I forgot I bought these Da Vinci 4s or these Da Vinci Pisanos. I was curious to see what they would be like. Figured today would be a good day to give them a good old spinaroo and see how I like them in comparison to what I had been using. Because I do have more of what I had been using. I just don't know. Hmm? What's up? So we have our to-do list. Hey, can I help you right now? Hmm? Hmm? Can I help you right now? Is there something you need help with right now? This is a zero. This is exactly a zero cat activity list. So, can I help you with whatever it is you think you're trying to help with? Hmm? Well, is there something you're trying to do? Is there some goal we're trying to accomplish right now? Hey, you nip at me again, and I'm going to pick you up by the scruff. Do you understand me? Katra, please stop. All right. So, some of the colors I need for her, because I have the hat blends, which we're going to do with Deep Roosto Morning Sky, and then we might need just a little bit of a white. We're We're going to need a turquoise deep. You're okay. You're A-okay. I promise you're okay right now. Her cloth was papyrus and sunray. Well, meowdy there, Mama Lion. How are you? She's being a lot right now, and I don't know why. Like it's been a lot at like 5 o'clock. Leather was royal brown and dark honey. Help you. Can I help you right now? Please calm down. Thank you. Like literally, you're all over my desk. What? We had a relatively chill day. I know it was a lot at the end of the day, but all right. I need to ask myself now that I'm getting all of these paints out. Do I really want to scatter myself this much and work on this list like this? We can take it bit by bit. We don't need to get the non-metallic colors out all the way. Sunray will always need black and dark ocean. We may not need perfectly, so we can set those to the side. Deep Roosto and Morning Sky we're definitely going to need. Turquoise deep in this we're definitely going to need, and I want these two. Okay. Narrow it down, and we should be good to go. Silence the noise just a little bit. Da, 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 da. Hey, Garcia. How are you? Just painting. Gonna be chill. It was a lot today, so just chilling out and painting. Bum, bum. Yes, 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 yes. That's getting better.
Katra. Small parts sharp points just showed up with 20 viewers. Hope they have treats.
Small? Thank you for the raid. What you been up to today? What you been up to, small parts, sharp points? Desmond, how are you? What's up, sweetie? I know, we got a raider. You want to say hello? Okay. What's up? Evening, boss. How you doing? Good, good. Can I help you? What you up to, sweetie? Huh? If you got any Instagram links, they're free to link. If you've got something else, let me know and I will toss you a permit and we'll throw it into... You can throw it in the chat. She is being a lot these days. I don't know why. But welcome in, Raiders from Small Parts, Sharp Points. I am Painty Paint Paints. We're working on a Reapercon entry. She's nearly done. Been working her off and on for a while now. Yeah, she usually is a lot around the time I go live, and I just don't know why. It's like she gets fed, she gets her zoomies out, and then she's like, "Oh well, you know, let me be all over the desk." I'm like, "Okay, thank you. This is an activity that requires 0 kitty," and she's like, "You are incorrect. This requires all kitty." Can I help you right now? Hey. 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 Do not drink the paint water. And you got your tail. Oh my God. Seriously. 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 Can you take some deep breaths, please? Oh, she gets plenty of pets. She gets plenty of pets and lovins. She's such a sweetie. She does not go without love. Mm-hmm. I doubt it. Get off of this. Thank you. I would like to use my desk, please. I know it seems like a weird concept that I use something that is mine, but... Mm. Yeah. She's getting better. It's just... Right now, it's like... It's in a dial up to like an 1,000. I'm like, well, I don't understand why you're at 1,000 right now, but you need to chill out. Oh my God. You are really pushing your boundaries today, sweetie. I need you to pick a place and wherever it is. Studio Boneless, how are you? Oh, thank you. Goodbye. How you doing today, Boneless? A new man to man. Desmond the Kobold. Small's amazingness. If you need to raid and run Small, I know you have things you have to go take care of. Go be awesome. Hey, that is my knee you are trying to lick on right now. Crazy Canadian J. Yeah, she's doing the thing right now. That's for dang sure. It is a um again. What is your deal right now? What? You're okay. You're okay. What's up? Yeah, it's a chibi from Bombshell Miniatures. It's gonna go into ReaperCon. It's gonna get entered. Just be in there. What? Well, if Mama would suggest a pizza or tacos, taco bowls are always easy. Yes, I actually have a note that I want to bring up the highs a little bit higher. So on the top, it's all morning sky, a little bit of magenta towards the base to reflect the hair. And then on the bottom side, I did brown to kind of match up with what I did on the here. And then the pistol's non-metallic metal as well. She's been fun to work on. It's just Desmond tossing them pickup lines out, trying to riz up the new man a man. Just remember, Desmond, he does not always come housebroken. And he may have get some great sleep, small parts, sharp points. Thank you for the raid. Be awesome. And we will look forward to seeing you in the future. He may come with a collection of swords as well. Hi. What's up? If you are the NMMN, I have a bad news for you. You have a whole folder named Wanker Folder that has lots of NNM painting references. Nice. They're okay. I'm a little low power. I'm like slowly getting my energy back. It's been one of those days. So we got the stream up and running, and we're kind of working through a to-do list of things I want to work on to finish this model up. And once that's complete, we'll probably shift back over to our Demigorgon that we're doing in the color blue. Desmond's coming out hard. Wow. That's some serious forging words right there. Ah. Hmm. Is it cobalt season right now, Desmond? It's the start of okay. So you follow a you kind of follow a German Shepherd You shed twice a year, at the beginning of the year and the end of the year. Thank you for the stretch, Jay. I forgot to shave this morning. I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow. Blah. We're gonna start naming all your swords and call them Rhonda. LeBron. Lamar. P. Diddy. T-Pain. $50. Or could we call it 50 Steel? The 50th sword has to be 50 steel. Or 50 carbon. And then when someone goes, why is it called 50 carbon? You give this long-winded reason why it's that way. Hey, Lion. Hey, Lion. Lion. Why don't you drop it in chat? Aha, I fixed it. Is your mind manufacturing still up and running? Or no? Okay. I gotcha. I have a lot of opinions and thoughts about that. And I was really frustrated with a bank recently because of what they did. Hey, Desmond, he's not a blunt butter knife. He's a cheese spreader. And yes, that's a Deadpool reference. Yeah. So I've been trying to change a couple of things in my life outside of stream and work. And one of the things is spreading out and utilizing high yield savings accounts, which I need to go deal with American Express now. Um, there was another bank out there that somebody recommended, and I was trying to check them out, and I was looking at stuff. I accidentally opened an account with them when I didn't want to, so I had to close that. That's not a big deal. Um, the interest rates for the high yield savings account required a monthly payment plus a minimum amount. I'm like, no, I ain't doing that. Don't mock them, the cheese spreaders. They're rarely needed and they get really messy when used wrong. So it's just been, one of those rare days that, and I'm just like, why did you do this? Like, I don't like that I have to pay a subscription fee for something that I can go somewhere else and it'd be different, right? Like I can go to American Express and get an interest rate that's lower, but I don't have to pay a monthly fee for it. So why? You know what this means, Desmond? You know how No Mana spreads the butter? He licks his finger, dips it in the tub, and spreads it that way. At least you know, or you could use a spoon. You could use the spoon handle or the spoon itself. These are plausible and acceptable options for spreading butter. The spoon use in the end is more chaotic evil? Well, at least a spoon could be used for spreading. It's meant to scoop, and it could be used to spread. Mama Lion, welcome home. Also, did you know the Lion Creative launched his website today? You can only use Spoon Handle while watching Spoon Handle on Twitch. All right. What we just came up with, I think, needs to be a standard that shows up in Spoon Handle's stream. You can only spoon while watching Spoon Handle on Twitch. And we just keep adding to it. You did know that. It does look pretty cool. Mama Lion is one of your biggest stalkers. Is she everywhere? Is she in the room with you right now? Are you making some jambalaya? I good with spread and scooping without spoon. So back to the main topic. If NMM is Mr. NMM and Mr. NMM is NMM, then I'm sure he need to be heated up, heated, formed, cooling down. That should be quenching it down, not cooling it down. Give it a quench and use the way it's intended. The first question remained the use one, because a blunt butter knife can be used in so many, many ways. Wink. Fish and chips. Ba-da. This type of reading.
Desmond the Kobold just subscribed.
We have a subscription, a brand new one. Okay. And we're back. Welcome in and thank you for that subscription, Desmond the Kobold. And in case Mama Lion wanted to know, no one's redeemed Catra's treat. Give me a second. Oh, there it is. There you go. The 18 and the base is still closed. Those are pretty nice. What's up, sweetie? What's up? What's up? For Desmond, that does not know what the day is about, on Friday, more often than not, we redeem what is known as a cat treat. Catra can be very, very interested in said treat. The moment I picked the tube up and started sprinkling said tube, someone was immediately very happy to have said treat up. I don't, sweetie. Goodbye, Desmond the Cobalt. Be safe. Enjoy your day. What do you say, sweetie? What do you say? You say thank you? Can you say thank you? Can you say thank you? Can you say thank you? Hmm? Can you say thank you? Oh no. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-da-da. 103 hairbands. Ooh. Mm. That makes sense that they break. Can I help you right now? Okay. That's what you're going to do right now. That's what you're going to do. Oh no, it's not going to stay out of your wine. There it goes in the wine. That's where it belongs. That's where it belongs. She gets her treat and she immediately curls back up on the ball and goes to sleep. snack coma. Boom. I'm exhausted. Let me pass out. I was like, okay. It takes a bit to rebuild it. I thought the Aussie was Russian. Full circle of bones aligning the plate edge. Oh my, dear no manna. You are quite the garbage disposer. Oh, the game everybody's been playing. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I used to be able to eat a lot all the time. Oh, only 150. I'm thinking pneumatic. I'm not thinking long handle. I'm sorry. I was thinking pneumatic. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those that I would like if I needed one. It's like, how often am I going to use this? Yeah. Proper tools. 150. It's not good, but it's not the worst. I gotta get a little brooch. Yeah. I mean, some tools never lose their value. That's good. I don't like A proper wood handle would be better than a fiberglass one. Excuse me. Or a composite handle. Composite handle is nice, but the shock and the shock value is where it's at. Hickory wood. A good solid handle that doesn't deal with a lot of vibrations and transfers load is peak. Double-edged lumber. Uh, you're gonna go down and check out the pigment class, the pigment thing. That should be good. They actually give class money to the instructors. Hmm. Interesting. Kara and Christine are pretty good instructors. I like Christine. I actually never checked out Kara's classes at Reaper, but I know she's a solid bean. She's actually one of the judges that I judges my section, I guess you would say. Uh, Kristen Van Patten, the one of the sculptors over at Moonlight Minis. Really? Hmm. I didn't know that. Yeah, different woman. Yeah. Van Patten. I'm pretty sure Christine Van Patten sculpted this little chick. She does a lot of really interesting stuff. Where did she? Was supposed to. Oh, there it is. Uh, this is a Van Patten for sure. The Fungal Queen. We'll see how things change. I'm pretty sure modifications are going in place. I don't even know where I'm going to take this year, Reaper. I'll probably take another Proctor class. And try to get into a Christine Van Patten class. Another pair of glasses for this. And then see if I can get into and see what's going to be there. I mean, it's going to be a while before the class list is really announced. Also, I think it's kind of weird that David Diamondstone's teaching, but Anne's not. But she could be busy with Reaper stuff, so. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. How far is Austin from where you're at? Is it like a 3 hour drive, 4 hour drive? It's further west, isn't it? Because I don't remember passing it as I came in. Or if I did, my brain was completely shut off. South. I might have paid attention to that when I was driving, when I tried to go down to Waxahachie. I don't know if I'm going to do that pilgrimage this year. I don't know if I need to. Waxahachie. No, I refuse. As one work. No, it's like Worcestershire sauce. I pop in whenever I get a chance. Sometimes with the Yab, it's hard because sometimes he streams when I'm sleeping. Sometimes he streams when he's streaming. It's like okay, I caught Yaddy. He's like, let's watch grass grow. Okay. Need to get the magnifying glasses out. I can't use these. These are really cool, but the problem is that it messes with my eyes, my depth of perception too much sometimes. Oh, Auntie, you did see the Nierksen stuff went on. There's a painting competition for it, right? Nierksen, sculptor, is doing like a painting competition for himself, or him and Jerkoya are doing something. That looks like a gory piece. Trench Crusade? Yeah. Ish, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think you still have a bit of time. Um, I know Smiling was considering joining it. I don't 3D print a whole lot, or I don't have a 3D printer, and it's not really up my alley. I've got enough going on right now, so I'm like, I don't really want to deal with that right now. Have fun. Have fun with your MMA movie. A little bit extra. Yeah. Yeah. Could be fun. The Nierksen one. He does do some interesting sculpts. They're just not my jam. Like I could see myself doing a cyberpunk one, but I'm like, I don't know if I really want to deal with that too much. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. No. You shall be reminded of your age at every corner. Hasn't been yet. Mm. Good evening, Vintage Wizard. How are you? Did you perhaps find a discount sell? A discount spell? Yeah. That you can sell at a marked up price? I'm glad it's Friday as well. I got through the workday and I'm like, I am mentally expended. It's been a super busy couple of months for me. And no sign of slowing down. It's the chibi for ReaperCon. I have a small punch list that I want to start working through with her. So the hat, I think I'm happy with where it's at. I think we're going to call the hat done. Maybe we'll add a little bit more right through there. I don't think it needs much. They could use a little bit more. Um, so I was like, oh, well, let's just kind of. Thanks for the lift, Jay. So for me, it was more just an easy thing to work on. And I'm starting to really like the fact that it's almost done. So it's like, I put like a to-do list together for it. So let me see if I can knock out some of my to-do list. And see how she turns out. But I have a pork butt for tomorrow because I think the rain is going to be not here. I think they changed it to where it's going to be like, uh, yeah. Rain might be tomorrow. If it is, we'll just save the pork butt for Wednesday or Sunday and just cook it then. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah. So we're just kind of working on the list a little bit. I got her gloves squared away. Kind of did a little bit more on the highest highs for the sword, so I kind of like where that's at. Cross that off and be done with it. Cloth needs to be a little bit smoother, squared that away. Pistol, wood, yep, yep. So our list is really just the hat, maybe the top bola. Kind of working on that piece right now, and then we'll deal with the face probably in the next hour or two. And once we get, the list done, we'll probably put it to the side and we'll continue working on our study in blue because the morning sky and blue liner essentially is the scale is like these harder pieces through here that we can start just painting and highlighting up because like all of this needs to get highlighted. And then I was pondering what I wanted to do with the bone and trying to figure out what to do with it, but it's a whatever conversation. Or if all else fails, we'll just start working on another piece altogether. I do have this lovely bardic figure to paint up. But I've been a little busy on everything else, so
Blizzard.
Clow who just claimed second.
Hey, KT. How are you tonight? We're doing better. Yay! It's Friday night and you had dinner with your dad. That's awesome. We had a day. We had a day. We had a day. Day's over. Yeah. We'll see what happens on Monday, but the day's over. I'm glad it's done. I don't know how I feel about the sword, but maybe? Maybe? I don't know. That's one piece that still is tripping me up a little bit. But we're ignoring it for now. We're working on other things. We have this bola to contrast up some more. Well, ingested, vape warmed up. Catcher had her TRAT. She's full food coma right now. She had it, and then she's like, you know what, bro? I'm gonna go mellow out right here. Mm-hmm. She had a very busy day. She had a very, 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 very busy day. Extremely busy. I ran the Roomba downstairs. Oh my god. You would have thought I destroyed the world. Good evening. How are you? I know. I was just a cruel and unusual human for letting that thing run rampant downstairs. Unable to sit out, sit on a chair and be unbothered by it. 12 degrees Celsius. Oh no. It's 69 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. Nice. Heh. 69, lol. I know. It's a shame it's not a 6-7 though. I'm sorry, I'm a terrible human being sometimes. Hi, Katra, how are you? What's up? Not the Zoomer BS. Huh? Facts. How are you, sweetie? Hmm? I don't even understand the whole 6-7 thing, KT. I just know that it messes with Jay in a way that makes her go, I'm going to gaslight you, and get like the most emoted reaction from them. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Huh? It's a brain rot pile of plop. Is that a word we need to bring back? Plop. Okay, of course, I move the camera, get it all set up just for you to lay out and be all pretty like. What you do? Move. Mm-hmm. That is, in fact, how cats work. Welcome in, little candy bowl girl. How are you? Long week is long. What? Everybody has had a terrible week. Everybody. Can we just get one or more of them redos this week? Y'all got any more of those non-disaster weekends, please? Hear me out. Hear me out, Kenny. Hear me out. Hear me out. Chainsaw. It's cool. I don't mind chainsaws. What I mind are leaf blowers. Do not understand why. I hear those things going for more than an hour and I want to like run out and slap somebody. Why are they using chainsaws to tear down the walls? Why? So a part of me is okay. Chainsaws are cool, but like, why are you using it to tear down walls at work? I would think a sawzall would work better for that because you can just put on a demo blade and like clip, 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 clip. But before you can clip, 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 clip anyway, you got to remove the existing drywall. Sledgehammer and let's go, baby. KT's got it. You get that sledgehammer and you go, today has been the day that we see if we can make a one really big hole. Right, guys? You use the sledgehammer, you break up some of the existing drywall. Axes, chainsaws, and sledgehammers. A friend took you to a rage room, and you got to mess some stuff up with a sledgehammer. Okay, if I'm going to a rage room, I am requesting that we take a printer because I'm going to tear that thing up. We're going to recreate the office with that. Specifically a Rico printer, please. And he was like, yell at Revit like you do during the day. So did you like get the Revit logo and like tape it on the TV? Ah. I just didn't know KT needed to go to a rage room. This is news to me. I'm like, oh, what did I do now? What do I do with my days? KT wasn't very ragey, but KT still had fun. The other option, Canny, is to find an axe throwing place, and you can throw axes. It's actually kind of fun. And you can axe whatever questions you want. They do have a professional axe questioner. You want to know the truth? They're pretty dull, Canny. They're actually really dull. Uh, yeah. Because it was kind of interesting. They're just like do an overhead throw and that's it. Because they're like don't even. It was weird. Um, they did a the person's like stand there and then just like literally lean back with the axe overhead and then fling forward and just release. Own all of the buffer sword. Oh, New Mana Man is a sword collector. Thank you for the stretch, KT. I do need to do that. Hydrate, 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 hydrate. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh. Motorcycle accident. Oh no, no fun. Uh, I included the word shit. It was a bad day. Work's been pretty crappy. Um, yeah, accidents are no joke. But we make strives. Yeah, yeah, it's been just crappy. And there was a day where it was a lot in chat, and I'm like, nope, no more. If we're going to believe to be positive, we have to enforce positivity. It is annoying, but when one of your clients is a DOT and they can't even make their own pay items work correctly, you probably are going to have a bad day. Pay items. We're working on trying to get a 22-mile widening job out the door. Yeah. Yeah. You created the system that you want us to use, but yet you can't modify the system. So it's one of those funny things. You're just like, I don't know if I should be laughing or crying right now. Yep. Like, I don't know if I should be laughing or crying at how foolishness the whole system seems to be. But I had an ex that actually screwed up her hip and knee in a motorcycle accident. It was a self-inflicted wound. Or not self-inflicted, she dipped her bike. That's the best. We're changing the software. Okay, when? Well, could be tomorrow, could be in a year. We don't know. Reminds me when Crucial Blue was talking about Mini Me, his child. Well, that's pretty crappy. Yeah. But it's Friday. It's the weekend. Yeah. Got to turn around and see Brush's Flat Friday in some of the videos, but couldn't listen to any of them or hear the jovial conversations. And here I am procrastinating. There's no procrastinating. There's no procrastinating. There is only that can be dealt with tomorrow. I didn't get my walk in. My options are to do chores, hang here, or read smutty books. Why are you here? I did do an extra topping on my pizza because I felt like it. Ah, that would make sense. Have you seen you've probably seen the reel or the TikTok of somebody going somebody's like, yeah, he read to me in a husky voice, and then they get like a husky that's singing the song or their people, and they're just confused. Hey, KT, you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that, KT. Remember, guilt is not an ingredient. Uh, it should be 22 or 27. 2,200 to 2,700, one of the two. It's definitely not. Oh, interesting. I believe mine is 27. I did go and change it back. Or I did go and try to see if it's supposed to lower based on new recommendations, but it did not, so. Well. How are you, Space Nifty? Oh, we're working on our chibi. It's just a recommendation. Um, Yay! Congratulations on your victory, KT. Enjoy it. You gotta watch someone paint. That guy isn't streaming. Yeah, I know. Went out and had friends. What is this? So we're working on our as a birthday. I know, seriously. So this is one of our ReaperCon entries. We're going to be entering her into Reaper. Just trying to go through and build up various bits of contrast. Once I'm done with her, we'll probably switch over to this guy for the rest of the night. Just kind of be chill with our color blue for a while. We'll probably work on some of these bottom scales and see if we can get it squared away and working before we start dealing with other things. Yep. That's all this one is kind of like a game of values. So we'll be using different values of blue. I mean, some of this is kind of like the direction when we were talking about the pony KT. I was doing the like brush strokes and trying to get the hair and the texture to pop up. The hard scaly bits being something slightly different for a blue. This eventually is just going to be blue liner and morning sky with some white ice blue in it. And then the hard petals being something slightly different again. It's a bit. It's a bit. I mix it up quite a bit. What I paint, I do. This is kind of where he's gotten paused at for a little bit. So I was going to do the orange and the relaying my orange and browns because I need to redo the shoulder pad. But he's coming along quite great, and I got to do the tail. So we might switch and do the tail tonight. Since essentially the colors of this are basically morning sky and deep rusto. And at some point, I need to figure out how to make the rock stick to this because it keeps breaking off at the slightest touch. So we might get some more Gorilla Glue. But I do have metal plates to stick it to, so. What's up, Jay? I'm still trying to get lunch scheduled with my friend KT for a Cuban sandwich. My word. My one goal this month that I set for myself, get a Cuban sandwich. That's my goal. I said that, but I have yet to acquire said Cuban sandwich. So we're currently working on the Cuban sandwich. I need to text them tomorrow and be like, hey, well, we started the scheduling process last month, so I've got to work through it. And one of my former bosses reached out and said, let's do lunch. And I gave him a list of dates and he hasn't responded back to me. So we might be having a bold statement with, we're going to do that this month. We'll see. I've set an expectation. If you're going to get angry at their blood pressure, if you're going to get angry at someone and it raises your blood pressure. It's not fun. Um, There we go. We got our blues. Yep. That's why I turned it back on. I did that to be a force of change. It's when you are screaming at a monitor all day long because someone wants to be stupid when you're trying to pretend to be good. That's to be hard. Yep. We protect ourselves and we rock on. Yeah, so
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
oh, Peter Piper picking a pack of peppers. Pikachu. I bless you. And a bless you. And a bless you. And a bless you. And a bless you. Chocolate dates are really great, KT, if you can find them. I have some downstairs, but I have not consumed them. They're opening up at HEB near you. I have a note about HEB. Hold on. I have a note. My hometown cookies, Canny. My hometown cookies, apparently I have to acquire them. They are cinnamon shortbread cookies like Oreos with a cream filling. With like a Oreo cream filling. Oh, there's all my notes. I was using Jim Livingston's. Okay. Let's pop this back on. I think the hair bola needs a little bit here, and then it's done. And then we can play with skin tone. And the next over. They were some kind of cinnamon. It's like an Oreo, but it's cinnamon. No, I didn't misspell the colors. It's spelled correctly. They're like cinnamon or like. They were cinnamon. They're like Oreos, but they're cinnamon, but they're not chocolate. So it's like a vanilla cinnamon. Would it be a ginger snap, or closer to a ginger snap with cream? The Lion Creative told me about it, and I'm like, I must now acquire these on my adventure. We are going to break a diet, and we're going to do some really questionable things with them. So, hold on, KT. I gotta let me. Oh, okay. The edible's kicking in. Let's go, chat. We're going to go on an adventure on the magic carpet and go for a fly. Well, the Lion Creative said he'd bring some. I have time to kill from my trip to Shreveport before I can check into the hotel anyway. Now, granted, I could probably find a table. No. I'm just being extra goofy. My brain's finally starting to, like, let the rage of the week go. And the goofiness is coming out. Also, my blue sky posts are, like, blowing up right now. I'm like, I didn't even... No. I'm just being silly. Really silly. I was doing an ASMR um I did Desmond the Kobold was doing like a long-winded paragraph to No Mana and New Mana, and I reread it and I was being goofy. And we're still on for June, right? I think that's the day I've written down on my calendar. Yes, okay. Just making sure. I get to paint with KT and Dix. That's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome. Oh. I've saved all of these for Pride. So I have the bees and the bear. So all of June we'll be doing bees and bears probably. But yeah, the bear is going to he's going to have a lot of fun on him. I think I was doing the 12-hour stream and I think Runic popped in and we were chatting about something and I was going on about different aspects. I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to make it a very pride bear. And we're going to see how much gay we can throw on him or them. The answer should be a lot. should be a lot that I can throw on them. Yep, it is. That is the 2G 2B piece that I will work on while we're chatting. Bum. Mm-hmm. Oh. Hi, Addie. How are you? Ooh. Ooh. I'm sorry. I don't know why that's so funny. All of a sudden, someone in the background going, "What the fuck's going on? What was that?" It was contagious. She got her treats tonight. Oh, well, you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. We gotta find the reasons to laugh sometimes. Like, Taylor Tomlinson. She is her stand up. For whatever reason, when I see her stuff pop up in shorts, it's either I giggle a little bit or I just stop and laugh uncontrollably. Why? I don't know. Maybe because today it was Happy International Women's Day or something. And Taylor's like, and here I am talking about blowjobs. That's March 8th is Women's International Day? Yeah, so she released a short on Reels. And she was like, yeah, I date men and it can be hard. And then she goes on this whole tirade about blowjobs. No chill, just straight up. Yeah, he knows when he got pegged. It's a cheaper date. It's also your birthday, and as a man, you had to ruin it. Way to go, Yab. Wow. This is International Women's Day. So selfish. Jeez. Share. We love you, Yab. Catra's got her treat down there that she's chewing on the tube. It's enrichment. Also, happy birthday, yeah. There's only Yap. Have you considered not Discord? Let's try Yabalos. Never mind. Don't you hate it when that happens? You're like, I opened this for a reason. What did I do this for? I don't need the devil's lettuce for that, man. I do that. I do enough of that on my own. Heck, I can walk into a room and go, why did I come in here again? Oh, well. All right. So, good for you, man. We're grateful that you don't do drugs. I am glad you can function in this world without having to use something. Me personally, I need a lot more than I do. Top Bola, I want to say is done. All right. I feel like her face needs to be just a smidge darker. I feel like I'm missing some darkness in the face. Shoot. So I think that's what I'm missing is the dark outline in her eyes, around her eyes specifically, because it all kind of runs together. And I'm on board with what you're tossing down, KD. And I think that's what I was trying to get at with myself when I made the note is that it doesn't feel like there's a separation between something, right? Like I don't have a hard shadow. I feel like I'm missing a hard shadow here on both sides of the nose. The cheekbones on the underside need something to darken it up. And specifically around the hair piece coming in and on this piece here. And then the eyeliner piece down through here, I think would help separate out those lines a lot more and make it be a little bit more dramatic. There's also the black lining too. Yeah. I'm going to grab some water before I do all this lining, and I might need to use the restroom. I'll be right back during the ad break. They're playing a bopping song. So I have black ink in case I want to use it, because if I don't like this, which is kind of like a very dark purple black. Also, what's the also, KT? No, you're good. Etsy's a little weird. I'm learning that personally. Wait, shit, I gotta fix that big old flub right there. Um, how's that? That's a stark difference right there. So Beagle and Layden ran Etsy shops. And then we were talking with Tiny Big Wars one night about Etsy and kind of how it operates, sort of deal. And I thought their their fees are terrible. I know that's been like a really bad sticking point, and it's only gotten worse. Because I remember Studio J7 was talking about his really bad experience, and then um, so it's hard because how you get discovered on Etsy versus other things, it just doesn't seem to work. Yeah. But for Smiling, he's sold more on eBay than he has on um, Etsy. We know how to sell. Hey, yeah, you need a glass of water? I can sell you a glass of water. It's just that it's kind of like the store rating system. So, like, the more positive reviews you have and higher reviews, it helps find people. Talking about ourselves is how we get better about talking about ourselves.
Oh, thank you, Valander the Red, coming in with the awesome people.
Valander the Red, welcome in, new friend. How are you? What are you up to? And how was your day? Greetings and welcome, new friends. I am Painty Paint Paints. This is Katra. She is our kitty. She's a very pretty girl. Pretty kitty, aren't you? Yep. If you have any links of what you were sculpting or working on, let me know. I'm not exactly link friendly, but I do love looking at what everybody else was working on. You were sculpting a giant. Interesting. Instagram is whitelisted, it's free to post, and anything else, just let me know and I'll toss you a permit and we can check out what you were looking at. It's kind of awesome. I paint primarily fantasy miniatures here. We're working on a ReaperCon entry. She is going to go in, just kind of in to see where she places at. We're kind of working on trying to get our face kind of cleaned up a little bit and our eyes squared away. Earlier, I had to break out some black lining because I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I'm missing. So we're working on building those line definitions as my cat goes left and right, left and right, left and right. The general scaling as it is, ooh, interesting. Interesting. She is a tortie. So she's a mix between a black cat, a tuxedo cat, and an orange cat. And I'm never quite sure which one because sometimes it can be all of the same at the exact same time, and it's very confusing to me. You gotta love that autocorrect. It's so much fun sometimes. So she was asleep for like a solid hour and a half of stream so far. And then she decided she wanted to come back. She got her little tube treat earlier. We don't bite. We don't bite. We have to check out what someone's posting. 3D sculpting, interesting. I love it. Follow. Instantly. Yeah, I understand that. I 100% can understand that. I was just looking at some of these pieces because I find that interesting. Like that guy right there. And you even have like a little Sir Four Scale sort of deal popping up down there. I love it. Um, well, I like all giants. So this actually seems kind of fun. We're gonna build oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I missed the arrow. I missed the little arrow right there. It's hard to see. White on white doesn't work so well, Instagram. You need to fix your colors to build contrast. I was so focused by the little contrast pieces right here that I missed the arrow over here. I'm blind. They do need to outline them a little bit better. It's hard to see. I like that giant because it has a very oriental feel to it because of the weapon and the hat. But then this guy, now they're listening to some redneck music. Oh, shoot, KT. You got some Luke Bryan blasting out there? This guy right here, is this like a ship's cannon? Epic of Gilgamesh. Ah, it's kind of yodely. Mouth with mouth. I love that one right there. I like the goofy expression. I like stuff like that. It's a lot of fun to me. But I was looking at this guy, and that's when I realized what you were saying is that there's an arrow over here. But like the giant that's acting as the giant tank, I was thinking of like the One Piece episode with Orange Jr. and he's like stampeding into Marineford. Not Marineford, but yeah, Marineford. Yeah, I like this guy. It goofy stuff like that's always fun to paint or see because it's like it's something unique that you get to laugh at and it's always a lot of fun, right? And now I read it. Don't forget to swipe through the whole bunch. I read well, but like this would be something that my grandma would really enjoy. Just like that figure and the expression, like she would instantly connect with it. Stuff like that is like I can look at it and like I can remember somebody specifically and quickly. That's awesome work though. Love it. Loves it. Yeah, for ReaperCon we're working on her, which her eyes are now popping out considerably quicker. 10 out of the 44. Interesting. Awesome. And then we're working on this Demigorgon in blue because I thought it would be fun. I understand. It's my one convention, and it's kind of like my one big vacation, so. We shall dabby-dee-dabby-doo go over. It's on my list to try to get to, KT. I love it. I love that little piece right there. Seriously. Seriously. Like, I like those backdrops and doing that, and I've kind of been working on that with mine, but I don't have like one that big yet. But I love the little. I like how all that works. It looks really amazing. One of the fish folk from Bone 6, huh? Interesting. Amazing. The Demigorgons, Bones 5. Yeah, Bones 5 fan favorites. A lot of the. Oh, here. Give me a second. While we're sharing, I can share this. I do have easy access to what you own, sir. Um, why do you not find images? I swear, sometimes OBS, there you go. You insist you want to be the most complicated thing I've ever worked on. So this is the large piece that I've been working on. The top half is Chimera, and it's one of the large pieces from Tenbray. But all of the guys at the bottom, whoa. All of the guys at the bottom are Bone 6, Shadows of Drakenol, that I added to the sculpting base along with random bits of here and there from different things. Whew. So big. So monsters. I have that dragon. Where did I get all the skulls? Why, KT? I got it from Mungo's Marvelous Miniatures. Yes way. I love Mungo too. Yes. Whenever I need basing bits or things like that, I tend to go look at Mungo's shop first. And then if he's closed, I would go somewhere else. But Mungo's usually the go-to because a lot of the basing stuff that I have for the various pieces came from him. A lot of the cans from Puss in Boots, the candles. The candles on him came from Mungo. Yeah. So like these candles came from Mungo, if I'm not mistaken. Any time that I've wanted to do like an elaborate base or look for like specific basing bits, I usually go to Mungo first. Making all those giants for a full project, including a book that is 220 pages long with giant stats, magic items, advice for DMs, and more. You, sir, probably would benefit from talking to our good friend, the Lion Creative, who also liked writing his own stories and sculpting as well. I know people that are far more talented than me, and it's amazing. Because you guys that sculpt are cool. I understand all of that. But, all right, so just that little bit of black lining really made her eyes pop out. In all the right ways. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I might. I don't know if I want to change up the coloring of the eye or the pupil itself and see if I want to try to put like a little bit of a design in there. Because just that little bit of black lining changed the face, but I still think I need a little bit more magenta or something on the cheekbone down through here and through here, and just a little bit more magenta on either side of the nose. Oh, and I don't know if you've talked to Pascal, but I reached out to him about a coaching session or a couple of coaching sessions with him. But I was like, My rule of thumb is if KT is willing to give you money, you must be the right kind of people. I think he got busy because I word puked at him, and I think I scared him. But no, I'm trying to set up a time with him. That's kind of one of the reasons why I wasn't painting the big beast tonight. I think I want to finish blocking in the colors tomorrow or work on the tail. Finish up the tail piece tomorrow on the underside, and I think I'm going to leave the hard scales because I want to talk to him. Right? I think I need a full-on ramble about what I want to do with it. I mean, the coloring I think is fine. I think I'm overthinking something, but sometimes I'm not always overthinking, and it's just, you know. You know. You know what I mean, KT. I think that's going to be my rosy color. Also, I was really concerned that I accidentally started Kick because I typed in the chat and it came out that way. I was like, oh my god, no. I was like, oh good. It did not start. It just sent a chat message to the platform. There, fix my hair. Had a really dark blob in there. What's rotating thing on the left of your screen? What's the icon? It's the music. It's the album cover. It's a Muse 6K Labs. They do a plug-in player for Spotify. So it can be showing up there. Is it not readable? Or is it just hard to read? Do I need to make it bigger? Because you can pick from different things. That was like the least impactful overall. Okay. Yeah, it's the actual image from the Spotify art. So it's the Totoro, Kiki, and I don't know who the Red Hat Kid is. Calcifer, and then the Faceless from Miyazaki's films. Oh, I get to put a magnet at the bottom of her. Ghibli. Ghibli. That's what it is. Ghibli. Yep, my brain doesn't function all the time. Um, I like Ghibli. I like Ghibli. I'm not like, I can't believe you've never seen My Neighbor Totoro Ghibli kind of person. An ex of mine really enjoyed Ghibli. I have a bunch of like gold foil art that I saw Dragon Con one year that I bought up. Is really pretty. And I was like, yay, I like this. And I was like really excited about it because I thought I could like present it as a gift to them and be like, I know you really like this and you really like art, but then like they're kind of like, oh yeah, that's cool. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I won't be doing that then. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of keep this to myself. But there's a lot of there's some really cool like the art and the storytelling types are interesting and kind of like the stories he tries to tell. It's just not always my cup of tea sometimes. Like if you want like a really cozy movie to watch that you can fall asleep to, it's like, yeah, the tortoise one. Or Howl's Moving Castle with the owl and the crane and all that jazz and like the different little bits of theories. They're interesting. Did like Calcifer. Yeah. But that's what I was going to grab really quick before I screw up this face. So you remember the day that I was talking about my trip to Lowe's and kind of like the weird people I had to deal with? And I bought a picture hanging kit. Because I haven't hung these up yet. So these are different pieces of Ghibli's films that are kind of like gold foil. It doesn't really read all that well, but it's like a grayscale gold foil kind of interesting thing. And I just need to hang them in my office, but I didn't have any way to hang them. So I bought the picture hanging kit from Lowe's. The guy's like, you know, we make other color buckets than this one. And I'm like, I don't care. Why are you being weird about this? Like, seriously, why? But these have not made it to the wall yet. Yeah. So, you know, there's Calcifer and Howl's Moving Castle. My Neighbor Totoro, and then Kiki's Delivery Service. Different artistic renderings and for stuff like that. I thought it was really cool. Yeah. Get a salty snack! Salty snicks. Yeah. So stuff like that. I always keep a really big eye out for stuff like that because I have this guy in my office. His name is Picante, the Spicy Dragon. Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Oh, River loves you lots. River loves you lots. We're on the right path. We're on the right path. I just need to get my blends in there a little bit better. You get to laugh because you're going to wake up in the morning and be like, I ain't hungover. Eight o'clock in the morning, taking River out, be like, yeah. What's up, sweetie? What's up? Hi. How are you? Huh? What's going on? Can I help you, little missy? Hmm? How are you? Want to say hello to KT? We're kind of zoomed in on a grind right now, sweetie. I'm a man on a mission. All right. I know you're upset because you're not getting your crunchies, but when I'm locking in, sweetie, I'm locking in. Hmm? How are you, gorgeous? The big ol' yawn. Is anything happening outside that you need to report on? Do we have an outside report just yet? Yes, I love you. Literally right off to the left of stream. There's her pretty little head. Why are we being so chewy today? Hmm? Hmm? Why are we being so chewy? Why are you chewy? I think what I need to do is work on this piece right here. Leave this dark, and I need to continue to glaze in this direction. And that'll fix this issue. Then over here, I think I'm going to rebase coat it. Kind of like I did over here, using the magenta and Caucasian skin, and do something similar because it seems to. I don't think this seems as right. I kind of like how this is working out over here on this side. I think that's what I should be going for. I could not find such a white piece of paper to use. I think that's what I want it to be. And I agree. It's May 8th. Why are there fireworks? Oh, that could be just because you're Ohio. Because from May 4th to May 25th, we celebrate Star Wars, and the best way to do that is to blow stuff up. Can we blow up the Mandalorian and Grogu? Or is that off limits still? Like, do we need the movie to come out before and fully tank before we blow it up? Or is that like. Happy Friday, Angry Grizzly Mini Painting. I hope you're having a grizzly of a day. Painting Count Dooku. Hold on, I need a moment for that. Oh, I was watching YouTube Shorts one day, and somebody had brought up that scene from Star Wars. And the guy's like, if we take into account the Clone Wars and Anakin's statement that his powers had doubled since they last seen him, that would have been a tremendous power jump considering literally 3 weeks ago he just saw Anakin in a battle. Which I thought was funny. I don't know if you've ever heard of the comedian Dusty Clay. Yeah, Dusty Clay, I think is his name. He did awkward comedy, and he would take like a song and he would like do like a break down a resume of it. So he did like what was it? Hardworking Man. And he started like picking apart all the different aspects of it because it's just like a bunch of words sometimes strung together. Like, I'm a hard hat wearing man, nail driving. He's like, why do you need that? You finally caught some motivation. Ooh. Did you get it in a bear trap? It's been a rough this year. You can count on the number of hands. Oh, Lord. I remember that year. I remember that year all too well. Don't you hate it when you end up with like a bunch of little notebooks? You're like, in one of these notebooks, I wrote down everything that I painted one year, and it's not in the notebook you want to grab. So last year was probably my full year of streaming and painting. The year before that, I think I painted 3 to 4 miniatures and was completely and utterly sad and like just destroyed by some things in my life. Couldn't paint worth a crap, couldn't do anything, and then started streaming that year. And then, I painted nearly 100-ish different ideas, I think, in all, going from like November to November. And I think on this year, I'm on the same path. She's about to end up in the done pile. But I understand that completely, Grizzly. So the streaming was more of a hobby haven or a hobby accountability. So it was more of it's on, therefore it's okay to do. And now it's become a habit. And it's really nice. It's really nice. I'm really appreciative of having people hang out and stream, being able to chat and talk, and meet all the really cool people that are around the community, and have access to something that is not work-related BS and awesome people like yourself, KT, New Mana, Lil Cannibal Girl, Antifreeze 420. I enjoy painting more than I enjoyed doing anything else. So I was really big into video games for a long time. Gaming is fun, but it's hard to sit down and do it and get done with it nowadays and feel like, what did I just do? Right? Like I have 50, 60 hours into Hollow Knight. And I'm glad I played it, but at the same time, I'm like, why did I do that again? Because it's a really cute game and it's a lot of fun, but it's, those 40 hours don't exactly bring me back anything different. You know what I mean? Whereas spending 40 hours on this miniature brings me a lot. Yeah. I used to play WoW a lot back in the day. Back in Burning Crusade days and all that jazz. I mean, I still have a t-shirt from when our guild met up. And they went through and they had marked all of the dates where we down the different raid bosses. But I think Monster was talking about it one night as well, is that it's a different fulfillment when you get to have something you get to keep and be like, yes, this is mine. KT's on their way. Mm-hmm. All right, KT. I'm feeling this face a lot more now. I feel like there's more rosy and gradation on this side, and then this side where we're going to have a larger peak of light. I need to finish smoothing out this piece. It just feels weird to have that like one really high right there. Yes, a little bit better that way. And we have D&D on Sunday. Yay! So I will not be streaming on Sunday, but we will be doing D&D. Made her eyes a little wonky. I need to make this one bigger. So Sunday night we play D&D with Laden Roses, and it will be on her stream. Give me a second. He's Grizzly. Yep. Yeah. We'll be doing D&D 6 p.m. Eastern Standard, 5 p.m. Central. We've been doing something from Make Crit Up. It's a Fey Realm sort of deal. I'm like totally playing like a druid turtle that's just like hanging out, man. Checking out the vibes and just chilling. You know, if the forest seems angry, you know, we get a little angry back at it. You know, we're curious if everything's a mimic. I do ask that a lot. Is that a mimic? Can I roll an insight to see if that's a mimic? Yeah. So I painted up Baka and sent it over to her. So she actually has the painted model. I should probably crop it and use it as my Fugi Tech photo, but I haven't done that yet. I might do that this weekend. But we had just finished. Yeah, so we have level 7, or no, we're level 5. Because we just jumped up from 3 to 5. And yep, tomorrow's the big stream together. Myself, Smiling Beagle Studios, Laden Roses. I'm unsure if we're gonna have anybody else joining us, but it's usually the 3 of us as the base, and then we take on guests as we can. Sometimes Dobby, sometimes Garcia, sometimes Lorby, Confused Cat Girl will join us. It's always a lot of fun. I think Layden's kind of tossing out the idea of doing like an offhanded paint challenge again, just to kind of have like a mental break and do something different and goofy. So we might be looking at buying another duck here in the near future to paint. I'll probably be returning back to my other ReaperCon entry, the big boy, and finish blocking in my colors and see if I want to work on the face for that piece and how I want it to look. But I might just end up blocking in the colors and getting the tail kind of to a point of being done so I can see what I need to do with it and see where I want to go with it, sort of deal. Because it's interesting. Like I'm getting to a point where I'm like, I know what I'm doing, but I feel that I need to still stop and have a conversation with somebody about it. Boom. All right, Sunray. I see how you're going to be. That is going to be my biggest complaint about Chimera paints. Is that when you're in a long extended painting session for more than 3 hours, I feel like the paint gets to be into an unusable state because it has a hard shell on it. And it could be because I don't mix in the medium as well as I should probably, but um so how I came about acquiring them. I cut my teeth on Reaper. And I still use Reaper to this day. MSP was what I first started using, and I really enjoyed it. During the COVID ReaperCon, that's when I found out that Anne from Painting Big, essentially, she made a paint line to try to compete with Vallejo. At the time, I was like, this is dumb, and I was angry about something, and I went and bought a couple of Vallejo colors for something I was working on. I can't remember what it was, because I couldn't find Reaper in my local area. And then I found that I was like, oh, I'm kind of dumb. But yeah. So her eyeshadow that's on here right now, so this is a lot of black liner that I've used for it. Doesn't seem like much, but it is. Usually when I'm using like separation, I really like the black liner and brown liners. I really like the liners from Reaper. I love them. Unhook, please. Thank you. So I was working on this guy who's a study in blue. So my basic dark shadow color that's being used for a majority of it is blue liner from Reaper, which is essentially Payne's Gray from Pro Acryl, just thinned down a good amount. Using that to create a separation between everything to kind of get something in between the lines and as a shadow color for everything. Because this fur piece here is, Reaper blue liner mixed with Chimera's blue black and then highlighting up with a white. These scales here were blue liner and the shadows, some amount of phthalo blue, and then some like white that I was using to highlight it up. I think ice blue, if I'm not mistaken. I've enjoyed using them. As a joke on stream, we've been painting up what's been called our Hootie Dwarves. These guys are using a lot of the Reaper MSP as well. Just because I find it easier to reach for them sometimes when I'm doing something really small that I want to paint in like 3 hours. Those guys were that. I might have used Salamander Orange on these guys. I can't remember if I did or didn't. But if I'm doing like a really quick piece or like a really short, a piece that's meant to be short and quick, I will grab the Reaper MSP over most things just because it's convenient and easy. Like these guys here. I think a lot of the brown was like dark flesh that I was mixing in to kind of create the shadow colors and create that caramel yellow browns. I like. Yeah. I still use the stuff that I got from ReaperCon last year. I'm in a different place personally, so I didn't back the Kickstarter. But if I wanted to replace what I had, I would. Or if I was a new painter and someone asked me for a recommendation, I would say yes, buy them. Because I like the Salamander Orange. This flesh tone has been really interesting to use. Dark flesh. This, you can tell this is an early one because they don't have all of the same stuff on the bottles. This flesh has been really great to use because you can take it up and down really quickly and easily. That's been nice about this one. But yeah, I will use them. I like them. They're fun paints. The last year in ReaperCon, Anne was talking about easy ways to step up your painting game. And one of the things that she recommended was to use a liner and essentially draw a line between all of your different separations. As you can tell, some of that works really well and creates that really high value contrast. Like the early photos of her before I black lined out the eyes, it just was flat as could be. Oh yeah. I was about 3 years in. Yeah. She has probably 30 to 40 hours in her. Simply because I'm taking her to her competition. Like she is specifically being entered into ReaperCon. So I have stopped and did a lot of things to make sure that I wanted to be the specific ways. No. No. It's not 3 years is how long it took for me to find Chimera and use it. I was using Reaper for the first 2 or 3 years of painting. I wanted to say I started in 2019. A lot of stuff that I started painting early on, I only used Reaper. And then I always tried to make sure I painted every day. And I got to a point where I had like a wall of paints. I'm like, I don't need all of these paints anymore. And that's when I started looking at chimeras. And I picked up a couple of bust, back their Kickstarter for Tenbray, which it's easy and accessible. He was one of my ReaperCon entries. Some of this is why I picked up the Chimera, is because of the vibrancy of the colors that I could get from it. Um, so this is the Fey Dragon from Reaper. And a lot of this is just various colors. A lot of these were the translucents and super washes from Reaper that I used on the wings. We do a lot of goofy painting here sometimes. I don't always try to like push myself for competition. I think it was Anne painting big from Reaper. She was talking about you build the muscle memory and it becomes like second nature to do it. And then it like the more often you do something, it doesn't get scared. Nope. These are all physical. I have a massive wall of potential that I acquire when I go looking at different things, or I'll see an email for a different deal and I'll buy it up. I've started following the rule of thumb that if it does not immediately make me want to paint it, I will not buy it. Um, so every year, I don't know if you know this or not, but during ReaperCon, they do their mouselings. So you have these little mouselings that they do every year for Reaper. And I always love them. I love painting these mouselings up. They are so much fun to paint up sometimes. They're probably going to be the physical paints that I do after I'm done with some stuff. But they did, for last year's ReaperCon major event, they did this dragon mouseling riding one. So you have like a small little dragon. And you have a choice between a male or a female top, which I think is really cool. But I was thinking about doing something goofy maybe at the year-end stream. Paint up this dragon here, and then try to find a way to pit these 4 or 5 adventurers. Because I'm going to get another one this year at ReaperCon of whatever these guys are, and kind of like position them in a small little diorama like I did last year with Hootie Dwarf 1 versus all of these guys. It's probably what I'm going to do for December. Just kind of as like a closeout project for the year, and be like, this is my, the last thing that I really, really, really wanted to touch. But a lot of that kind of stuff is always fun for me to work on. But she's from Bombshell. I've always seen their stuff online, and I really like their miniatures. So I have this chibi, and if I had time for it, I was going to try to see if I could paint up this one as well, but I don't know. I don't think I have enough time for it. It's a scarecrow chibi with a little raven on the top, holding a little gold coin. It's stupid cute. But I don't think I have enough time to paint her, so I'm not going to stress over it. And then I have other ones from Bombshell. I have these from Bone 6, the Pathfinder chibis, which are fun, but I just haven't primed them up yet to paint them. But I have like a little shark dude as well. Oh, this is from Super Chibi. They were at ReaperCon. If you could find one, buy it. They're always so much they're so much more different to paint up than a normal figure, right? Like, you don't think about how, like, if you really wanted to like play with like a hair texture and work on different aspects of hair, because of how pronounced they are out on these sculpts, it's so much easier to paint sometimes, and you can kind of like understand things. I never understood how much nicer it was, or how much you could. These are Reaper. This is Reaper. This is Reaper proper. It's the iconic chibi druid, Looney. Oh, it's Gene Van Horn. I haven't gotten a like from him in a while. I'm going to have to paint one. But you can like do a lot of different things with them sometimes, or you can like, the face and the skin tone is so much more different than you would have like on a standard like 28 millimeter, right? So it kind of helps you learn some like volume shading and how to change stuff up a little bit, and you still get to have a lot of fun with it. Yeah, but like, I really like pirates, so I have another pirate one that I found at ReaperCon. But yeah, like this guy with his shield and like how big his eyes are. Like you can work on the eyes and getting those directions just right. One of the classes I took at ReaperCon was painting eyes with Jessie. And she was like, yeah, you know, paint a chibi. It's so much easier because the eye is so much larger compared to other 28s, right? Like even on this guy right here, trying to get in there and paint his eyeballs are going to be like 10 times harder than painting his eyeballs. Yep. They could be some of the worst. It's usually the last thing I paint, if not painted really early on, right? So I didn't do him yet. But you can kind of see like the little blue eyeballs that I put in there. They may just stay blue, or they might get a dot of white at some point. I'm not sure. A couple of chibis I was painting from Chimera actually had sculpted in like the full iris, and it's so much different. Like I showed it on stream one day, Grumpy stream. He's like, "Hey, they point towards me." I'm like, "Yeah." Hi. Um, this is Galen's chibi version, and you can see how his eyes kind of stare at you. It's very different. Yeah. So, but his eyes were actually sculpted into the piece, so it was a lot easier to get the proportions just right. And I never realized how nice that was. Yeah. So I did him as gold. I have the mounted version of him, painted up for ReaperCon, and I have a standing version of him as well to paint up. And then I did the same thing for our Asteria. So I have the standing version, the chibi version, and the mounted version. It makes a difference. I never realized. I was like, oh, that helps so much because like the proportions are there for you already, just to kind of color in. All right. Okay, sweetie. We have been live for 4 hours and 45 minutes. I know. You want your treat. You want your treats. Hey, you know how people do sexy baking and sexy gardening? Do you think if I got ripped, sexy Warhammer would work? Question, Yav. Question. Are you going to be more ripped than Henry Cavill? And are you going to play Tau? Yeah. I mean, a sexy Yab. Because, let's be real. Yab, you have the accent. And your Top Gun ripped. All you need is your Iceman. I'm not looking that up. My FBI agent scared enough of what I look up. He does not need to see that too. On YouTube or Twitch. Ooh, Instagram. Ooh. She is a spoken for woman now, yeah. You cannot be tempting her with those Aussie walkabouts. I think we're going to put her in the dun. I sent him my partner. Yep. Yep. I think I see the problem why she won't marry you. Ooh, KT getting them Aussie DMs. Better watch it. It's going to get saucy. All right, I think I need to call it because I'm getting loopy. And before I scare KT and she goes, wait, you've been awake since like 5 a.m., worked all day, and streamed for like 5 hours? What the frickety frack? Oh, you mean the cookbook? All right, our normal raid target's not here, so we need to find somebody to raid. I haven't had a chance to ever raid useless, so we're going to go raid useless. So we're going to push the go raid button. Thank you everybody for being here this Friday night. It's been amazing and a great time. We will be back tomorrow for Stay in Frame, and we'll be painting up more of our ReaperCon entry. We'll probably be working on our big Lizard Beast Rider. And then Sunday we'll be off stream so we can go do the D&D thing with Laden Roses. Thank you everybody for being here. Be awesome. And let's go say hello to Useless Wizard.